Okay. Let's make sure this works. Gonna pop out our chat here. And pop open our other game. That looks good. And there we go. All right, perfect. So we are gonna launch Shining Pearl now. And with that, I will show you guys the completed National Dex. So I'm very excited. I completed it earlier today, actually. And then I went out and bought a copy of Let's Go Eevee, as mentioned yesterday, because we are now going to get the Shiny Charm and complete the National Dex. I decided to do it on stream because why? Why not? I wanted to show off what this looks like. It's pretty cool. I'd never complete the National Dex. Took a while to complete, so. And I'm going to show you guys what completed actually means here in a second. So there's a bit of a caveat to National Dex completion. You'll see in a second what I mean by that. Okay, so first of all, let's go ahead and go over to our Floroma town. And you're about to see here, we have on the National Dex 490 Pokemon out of 490 Pokemon. There are actually 493 Pokemon in this game. One of those is Mew, which we are about to obtain, because we now have a save file of Let's Go Pikachu or Let's Go Eevee on our Switch. The second one is Deoxys, which we could not obtain. It's only a mystery gift, or it's only a special event Pokemon. And I did some research, and you cannot. I tried to get it on Pokemon Home. You cannot transfer or trade that Pokemon, or you can't trade Deoxys on Pokemon Home. It's considered a special Pokemon. Same thing with the final Pokemon, which is Cerebi, however you say it. So Cerebi and Deoxys are special event Pokemon that you can trade with other players, but you cannot trade on Pokemon Home. So one of the main ways you would get it would be Pokemon Home. So there is our Mew, which we are about to obtain. That'll be our 491 Pokemon. Essentially a complete National Dex, all things considered. We are technically missing 2. There are 2 additional Pokemon that could be in this game, but again, barring a special event or tracking it down from someone who already has it on maybe Discord, I am not going to be able to obtain this Pokemon. I am going to try, though, and I will keep you guys updated once I get a hold of Deoxys and Cerebi. I think I will be able to do it, but it's going to take me some time. So, if you're curious as to where they are on the Dex, if you scroll down here, I'm just kind of showing off all the national Pokemon that we have. It took me a little bit to get all of these completed, but yeah, we finally got it. So, let's just kind of continue here through this. There are 2 additional ones. Alright, so Deoxys is right here. I believe this is Deoxys, and then Cerebi is the other spot, which we don't have, but basically that's it. Those are the 2 that we're missing. Hence the question mark there. Oh, actually, Cerebi doesn't even show up. Okay, so it's just, I believe it's just, maybe that is Cerebi and then Deoxys is the other one, but anyway, let's go ahead and get the final Pokemon that we can actually obtain via more or less normal means by talking to this old lady here. Why, hello there. It looks like you played Let's Go in Kanto before. Would you like to go on an adventure in Sinnoh with this Pokemon? And there is our Mew. Let's take a picture of that. Because it can use all kinds of moves, many scientists believe Mew to be the ancestor of Pokemon. And the new species Pokemon Mew 151 completed. I'm not going to give it a nickname, but let's check out its stats. And we have a 3 IV Pokemon with the ability Synchronize and a sassy nature. We may actually want to reset for that, because I think we can do better than a sassy nature. That is not a particularly good Pokemon. I think we would want it to be a special speed up, attack down, or a speed up, special attack down, depending on the situation. But definitely don't want a decrease in speed. So we may go ahead and reset for a better Pokemon real quick. We do have autosave on, so we should be in Floroma Town. I'm not particularly concerned with its IVs, but I do want it to have the correct nature. That would be nice. Let's go ahead and save it right here. And we'll go ahead and talk with her again. Actually, say one more time. Maybe one more tile up. So maybe doing this a couple of times. Well, hello there. Looks like you played lucky as we have. Alright. No nickname for Mew, and we'll take a look at Mew this time. Once again, a 3 IV. It's always going to have at least 3 IVs with a bold nature. No good HP, no good special attack. It's probably not the one we want. Let's take a look there. This ups our defense and lowers our attack. Yeah, I think we could do a little bit better than that still. Do a little bit of resetting here for a perfect Mew. How are you guys doing tonight? I'm doing very chill. It is Martin Luther King weekend, so I have an extra day off from work. Always nice when that happens. It feels like it just happened because of the holidays, but this is like the last time it's going to happen for several months. We get the extra 3-day weekends. So let's go take a look at our Mew. It does not have to be a perfect Mew, but I would like to one that I'm going to be happy with. This has good stats. Speed and special attack. Okay, well, special attack isn't great, but speed is perfect. Check its sum real quick. And this is, again, another bold nature. I don't love it. Try it again. I'll try a couple more times. Would ideally like to get a special attack boosting Mew. Attack lowering, special attack boosting would probably be best here. We could go attack boosting though. Mew has 100 stats across the board, so it doesn't necessarily favor one stat over the other. But we don't really want anything that's going to lower our speed. And we don't really want anything that's going to lower one of our attacking stats, especially if it's going to, like, for trading a defense for attack, that's not good. Alright, we got a gentle Mew. Speed is good, attack is good, special attack is actually 0 with decent or pretty good defense and special defense. We have a special defense raising, defense lowering. You can see on the defense side how base Mew is 100, right? So all its stats should actually be the same without any EV investment. And you can see that on the special attack, speed, and special defense are all 7, right? But defense is actually showing that 10% decrease at 6, already at level 1. I'm surprised special defense isn't actually showing 8, but I guess it's not enough levels for that stat distribution to become more apparent. But it is interesting that you're actually seeing the or defense is actually just a tiny bit lower because of that nature. But anyway, we will not be taking this Mew. I just wanted to show that off for those of you interested. Let's go ahead and do a little more resetting. Even at level 1, that 10% difference starts to show itself. But I think I want an adamant nature. That'd probably be what we want here. We could do a... Yeah, probably not brave. I'm thinking adamant would be ideal. Okay, so this is going to be a bold nature again. And we have no good defense, but we do have good attack, special defense, and special attack. Yeah, probably not what we want. This curious, I recently hit level 89 on old school RuneScape. I'm trying to get to 90, and I'll switch over to mining. It's been quite the grinds. Was doing most of it while I was shiny hunting. I don't know if we're going to do any more shiny hunting tonight. I think we're going to just reset until we get a good Mew, and then we'll get the shiny charm. And then we may start working on a team for our battle tower, probably our first team. I'll try to plan out a team here, but we'll see. Alright, that is a relaxed nature with perfect speed and special attack and attack. This is actually a decent one. Check the summary. But it lowers our speed in exchange for better defense. I don't love that, so I'm gonna unfortunately have to say no. We could always change it with a mint, so I'm not like too worried about it because it's so easy though to reset. I just will do it a few more times. And you never know. Maybe we'll get a shiny while we're at it. I seriously doubt it. But that would be awesome, wouldn't it? Get a shiny while we're doing this. That'd be so crazy. Okay. Bashful. Okay. It is another 3 IV Mew. And we have a neutral nature. So neutral nature isn't terrible, but I still think we want an adamant nature. So let's just continue. I'm actually curious though what other people think. People are saying timid nature, minus attack, increased special defense. They're saying jolly nature, increased special defense. Or I'm sorry, increasing speed, rather. So timid would lower our attack, increase our speed. Jolly would increase our speed, and lower our special attack. I think either of those are fine. I want to take a look at something real quick. So synchronize is his ability. People are saying jolly, 252. Yeah, jolly nature is probably pretty good here. Putting an attack. Timid or jolly nature. So either of those are probably fine. Maybe we'll choose either. Let the game. Is another bold nature. Getting a lot of the same thing here. We don't want a bold nature. I'm curious, do you guys like Let's Go Eevee or Let's Go Pikachu? I literally just booted up the game, span through the initial text, named my character, and then saved it so I'd have a save file on my Switch. I haven't actually played a single part of the game. It looks interesting, but I don't love how it forces you to like use one controller, or how it's like more of supposed to be like an interactive kind of game. I generally don't like motion-based games like that. But it seems kind of going against the nature of an RPG. That is a hardy nature. Okay, we got 3 IVs. This is actually a pretty good one in terms of IVs. Oh, it's a 4 IV. Yeah, it's a 4 IV, and we're only missing special attack and HP. That's a decent one. At fourth IV got... Okay, hardy, neutral nature. 4 IVs. That's pretty good. It's pretty good, but it doesn't have the right nature. Oh. I mean, we can always hyper train the IVs, and I don't even know if like a few points of difference at level 100 is even going to matter that much on the IVs. But the natures are 10% increase, which is a big deal. Okay, I think we'll go for a timid nature. Or a jolly nature. I would be happy with either of those. Let's take a look at this one. And we got an adamant nature. Ooh, that's really good. Best, but yeah. And good speed and good special attack. Okay, I think this is the one we're going with. Yeah, I'm glad I reset for it. So, oh, well, okay. Perfect special attack. Lowering special attack, increasing our attack is fine. However, we only have... Well, we do have perfect special attack and speed. Do we want a physical set So this is like literally the perfect physical set, right? It's a good IV distribution and it's a right nature. However, it doesn't. I think generally want a special set. I don't know, or we could play a more defensive Mew. I'm trying to say, do we want this set or do we want something else? This is like good for offense. Generally, a lot of times like Mew is actually more defensive or utility setup. You could do something like Roost, Will-O-Wisp, Psychic, Defog, Stealth Rock, Spike, something like that. In which case you'd want something that's just fast and more defensive. So a Jolly Nature would be better, or a Timid Nature. We have an Adamant Nature, which again isn't bad. I mean, I just don't know if it's exactly what we want here. I'm tempted to just keep it. And we could go a more offensive set, but I don't know. I do like the Psychic. If we went offensive, we'd want special attack increase. And it's generally just going to be a good bulky Pokemon. So maybe we go Jolly or Timid instead of Adamant. We do need a defensive Pokemon for the Battle Tower and stuff. I think you can take Mew into the Battle Tower, yeah? We'll find out. Alright. I think we'll keep resetting. Lax Nature. Not what we want. Bold Nature. That is quite good in terms of IV spread. We have 3 perfect IVs and 2 very good ones. However, still not the nature we're looking for. I think we'll reset a few more times. And the more I'm like kind of researching on Mew, I think yeah, it does make sense that you'd run a more defensive typing because 100 base HP, special defense, and defense is really good. But 100 base attack and special attack is just kind of mediocre. Like it's not bad, but it's not amazing either. There's a lot of Pokemon that have 100 base attack or special attack. So, but there aren't that many Pokemon that have like 100 base defenses and HP. So That's why Mew tends to go more defensive and ends up being more of utility slash wall as opposed to being a purely offensive Pokemon. Even though it technically could go offensive, but you probably wouldn't want it to be because you just have other Pokemon that are more designed to do that. So you can kind of think of Mew as like a very versatile tank. And Impish. Okay. Still not what we want. Let's take a look at it now. Adamant. Alright. Still, unfortunately, we're not going to go with Adamant. It's not going to be a physical Mew. There's a Lonely Nature, and that is some pretty bad luck. There are 2 0 IVs and 1 decent. The 3 perfect are in special attack, defense, and HP. Yeah, definitely not great there. If you had that Mew, I think I would be a little bit disappointed if you kept that one. A double 0, that is just very sad. You can technically get a 6 IV Mew, although that'd be insanely lucky. 5 IV Mew. I'd probably keep a 5 IV Mew. Probably. Even if it wasn't the right nature. Alright, let's take a look at this one. And we have a Lonely Nature. 3 perfect IVs, and that's better than last time. Okay. We have Calm Nature. Still not what we want. I haven't even seen a single timid nature yet. Good IV or bad IVs. Jolly nature or a timid nature would, I think, is what we want. So we'll take either one of those. The ability is always going to be synchronized. However, I will also take a 6 or 5 IV or 6 IV Mew or a shiny one, of course. So there are a few others we'll take too. And that is a 3. Okay, Impish Nature. No good on the speed. I'm gonna check the sum real quick. Yeah, no good. Wrong button. Hey, I forgot I have Hades on this game. Or on the Switch. I have Hades and I have Outcast or whatever it's called. Those are just 2 random DLC games I have. And the only ones I have that aren't physical cartridges. Hades on the Switch is okay, but it's a good game. But I think it's kind of nice that you can take the Switch with you and have that portability. But it's so much better on PC in terms of performance. A serious nature. Okay, this is quite good on the stats. Speed is not great, but it's only pretty good. But the perfect IVs and HP and defense are tempting. I don't think we're gonna do it. Alright, quiet nature. Still have not seen a jolly nature yet, or a timid. Serious nature. Come on, game. Timid nature, jolly nature. Let's go. just so you know, this old couple here will give you Jirachi and Mew respectively. And it doesn't matter if you played the game for a little bit. Like if you have a file and you've been playing it for a while, and then you decide to get the game later, there's a Jolly Nature. And that is best on the special attack. No good on defense. Oh, it's no good on defense. We finally got the nature we want, and has terrible defense and really bad speed. Oh, that's so disappointing. I like the nature, but man, that is I don't think those IVs could have been distributed worse. We have a bad HP, no good defense, and bad speed. Oh my gosh, that is so bad. I mean, it's great special defense and attack, but we don't need those. So, oh, that's so sad. I think I'm gonna have to say we finally got the nature we wanted, but it's just I can't do it. We gotta hold off for better. Surely there are better Jolly Nature Mews out there that we can get. It's just horrible stat distribution. Fly Zebra, hey, awesome streamer. Your stream is epic. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. We're hunting down the last. Well, we have finished the National Dex essentially. We're just rolling for a good Mew before we continue. Being very nitpicky about the Mew. Okay, let's check this one out. I'd love to connect and maybe play. Definitely. Alright, Bashful Nature. 3 IVs. Not what we want. I have a Discord channel. People can join. I would like to play with other people too. You can connect to mine if you want. It's in the description. Let's try this one. And we have a Relaxed Nature. Again, good IVs here. Special defense is perfect. HP and defense could be better. Wrong nature, so I think we're gonna have to reroll. Once we pick our Pokemon and save it, that's it. It's final. So we can't get another one. So this is our only chance to reset until we get the Pokemon we want. But once we claim our Mew and we save the game, it's over. That's the only time we can do it. And so, or at least, okay. Let me reiterate here. Technically, what we could do is open up a new account on this game. Like I could get the save files on my other Switch, and then get to Floroma Town, create a new account, then keep rolling for the Mew, then transfer it over to this game. So it's not. There are some shenanigans we could do to get multiple Mews, but on this file, this is the only way. And I think I'm only gonna do it once, at least for now. I don't really have a reason to reset on other games, but we'll take a look. Alright, Bashful Nature, decent HP and defense. Yeah, we gotta do better. We really want our defenses to be top notch. Just checking my Discord channel real quick. I do check my Discord channel pretty much every day. So feel free to, if you want a trade request or something, post it there. If you have any memes, I love to read those. So I have a section for memes. All right, quiet nature, and that. Oh, right. Okay, better. Calm nature, 3 IVs, and decent on everything else. No good. Naughty nature. Okay, no good on the speed, and bad on the HP and defense. Hasty nature. It's got 4 IDs. It's a 4 IV Mew, but yeah, we'll keep at it. One of these resets, we'll get it. I believe. Another hasty nature. I think that Fly Zebra 10 may have been a bot, or at least a spammer. I don't mind, I don't mind, you know, I love connecting with viewers, honestly. But, when some, I'm not going to stop my stream to join your Discord channel. It's like, hey man, you're coming on my show. not going to put everything on hold just to join your Discord channel. You can join mine. I'll definitely respond. But come in with a compliment and me to start asking me to do stuff. Also, it seemed very scripted too. It was not like a normal person would respond. It's like a general like cover letter. Something that has been sent out to millions of people, I'm sure. Impish nature. We are masters at resetting at this point. After doing over 1,000 resets now for our Giratina. I've reset this game many, many times. And I'll probably continue to reset it many, many times. That must be a thing people do. Like, they find streamers that don't have a lot of viewers or whatever, and they just have this, like, templated scheme where they get you to disconnect to some Discord channel, and then they ask you stuff or try to sell you stuff or whatever. Naughty nature. Check the summary on that one. Special defense down, attack up. Again, looking for a Mew that has ideally perfect defenses and either a jolly or a timid nature. We're 47 minutes in. I've been doing nothing but looking for Mews. It's okay. If I get a good one, that'll be time well spent. Jolly nature, there we go. Defense is a good, decent special defense. So HP is better than average. Speed is perfect, and special defense is decent. So decent doesn't actually mean decent. It means lower than average because of the way the IV is spread. But I am really thinking about this one. I wish I could like save it for later, but this is a pretty good one. This is a pretty good one. It's got the right nature. Let's just go ahead and check this armor here. So we're getting the lowering special attack and increasing the speed. Now, if you see its special attack here, it is pretty good. So it's like one of the less good stats anyway. I think we might actually take this one. We love the defense bonus it gets. We love the speed. So those are two of the stats we're looking for. The third stat, well, the special defense and HP stat are okay. I will take the HP stat. It's probably the lowest IV on the HP stat we'd want. And then defense is like, or special defense is only is decent, which is kind of sad, but it is the right nature. And if we really wanted to, we could always hyper train it. So I think we're actually going to take this one. Because this is going to be like it's going to end up being like a defensive pivot, essentially. We're going to have something like Roost, Will-O-Wisp, something like Psychic, Ice Beam, and then like a supportive move like Stealth Rock, Defog. So it's not really going to be a offensive Pokemon. It's more of a defensive pivot, which you don't really need to have amazing attack anyway. So, with that being said, I think I'm going to take this Mew. And let's go ahead and make it official by saving it. And I'm saying yes. So it is done. That is our Mew. Now let's go ahead and go over to our fellow game developers and claim our shiny charm. Long-awaited shiny charm. I'm gonna take a picture too. It's a man. This is a long-awaited shiny charm. Be careful not to actually get to a fight. Don't want to give any EVs to the Mew yet. I want to train it. Alright, for those of you that don't know, you go over here to the Valor Lakefronts. And Route 213, you're going to go up here, and you go inside this building. Let's actually let our Mew follow us. That is so cool. And we're going to go talk to the game developer. Hey there, it's Gengar 11 Game Director. Oh wow, I've seen you complete your National Dex. Congratulations. Now, they'll say this, even though you haven't completed the 2 special event Pokemon, but because there's like, I think the game just realized like, hey, you know, anyone who gets this game after the special event Pokemon are over, there's no way they're ever going to get them again, so. Got a present for you. We obtained the shiny charm. When you've got a shiny charm, you'll be more likely to run into shiny Pokemon. Go ahead and give it a try. Is that true? I don't think that's true. I think it gives us more likely that eggs are going to be shiny, but I don't think it's going to... The ones we run into are actually going to be shiny. But there it is. Long awaited. Got our shiny charm. Shiny charm is said to increase the chance of finding a shiny Pokemon in the wild. Which I know it helps when it comes to breeding, the Masuda method. But that is it. So we got our shiny charm, and we have our Mew to go with it. So you may be asking, what are we going to do at this point? Well, there are several things we can do. We're going to continue the shiny Giratina run. And then we're also going to go ahead and breed a Battle Tower team. So one of the Pokemon, we kind of have well, our current team is something like Gyarados here. And then I was running Roserade and Gengar, I think. I would like to breed. You can see this Gyarados does not have very good stats. It only has decent on everything. And then, I guess, good special attack and speed, but otherwise pretty bad. And the nature I don't think is doing it any favors. Oh, nature is neutral. Yeah, so it definitely is not helping it out. So I would like to get a Gyarados' actually good stats for the Battle Tower. I don't believe you can take Mew into the Battle Tower. I think that is one of the banned ones. I'll have to check on that. We definitely want to train it up, though. This is one of the ones that we'll be training, because it's such a cool Pokemon. Got a special spot for you on number 17. There is Mew, next to our other legendaries, and then the legendaries from my Brilliant Diamond game we have over here. You can see a lot of legendaries. Probably one of my favorites in this game is Darkrai. I just think this thing is awesome. You cannot get it normally. You have to get it from Legends Arceus and then transfer it over to this game. And I'll show you what that looks like on the overworld. This is such a cool looking Pokemon. Yeah. Darkrai is cautiously listening to surrounding sounds. So I think what we're going to do at this point is go ahead and put together a competitive team. And it doesn't have to be, or at least a battle tower team. It doesn't have to be the most perfect Pokemon ever. Like, I just want to, but there are some I really want to build. So Tyranitar is definitely going to be one of them. So we have our Tyranitar here. And that is going to be Rock Dark type. And then we have our Gyarados. And then another thing I wanted to do is build one with the original starters, so Gen 3, Gen 4 starters, and then Gen 1 starters. I may consider doing that. Unfortunately, you can't transfer those to Sword and Shield, so breeding it is going to have to be done in this game, which is easier said than done for sure. That is going to be quite the grind to do that. I think the first one we're going to do is on Sword and Shield. So we have Tyranitar here. And I'm going to try to choose ones that are compatible with both games. I know Gyarados is, so I think we can go Gyarados, Tyranitar, and then something else. Let's go ahead and get you in a box. Get in your box. Okay. And then Politoed can also find a spot somewhere. It has water absorbent. This thing's a beast anyway. Okay. So we got Tyranitar is going to be our first. And this is a move Gyarados. I think it's going to be our second for our Battle Tower team. And then what else? We need a third Pokemon. So I guess it's water coverage, rock and dark type. We've got dragon type move. We've got waterfall, thrash, ice fang here. It's pretty good coverage. We're definitely going to get earthquake on Tyranitar. And then what else? This is going to be a 3-person team. So Torterra seems like I want to do Infernape, Empoleon, and Torterra as a team for sure. That'll be really fun. We could start with that, but I kind of want to go for a Tyranitar, Gyarados, and something else. I'm just not 100% sure what that third Pokemon's going to be. Since we have 2 physical attackers, I would like it to be a special attacker. But I would also kind of like it to be a wall at the same time. Blastoise, maybe? It's too much water coverage. Lapras, same problem. Could go with Dragonite. Literally the same typing. Well, almost the same typing as Gyarados. So maybe not. Ideally, we have some kind of defensive pivot. I mean, I guess Tyranitar is kind of like that, isn't it? So we want some kind of special sweeper. Togekiss is one of my favorites. I really like Togekiss. Porygon, maybe? I could go with Sceptile. I don't think that's compatible with Sword and Shield, though. No problem, Zebra. I'm glad you stayed. Thanks for stopping by. I could go with Tentacruel. That would be a fun one. This thing has pretty good defense, but pretty good special defense at least. Ninetales could be a good option. Arcanine, maybe? That would be really cool, getting Arcanine. Let's do that. So Arcanine, Tyranitar, and Gyarados, I think, is going to be the team. The first team. And then we'll kind of tweak it from there. So where is our... Okay, so this is going to be what our team looks like. These are all level 50. All perfect IVs. Where are you streaming from? I am streaming from Florida. Florida. Arcanine, Tyranitar, and Gyarados. I think is what we're going to want. So I'm going to write this down real quick. Alright, so first team. Arcanine. Gyarados. And Tyranitar. And I think we're going to start with Arcanine. I want to check Arcanine really quick. We have Flare Blitz, Wild Charge, Extreme Speed, Toxic, Close Combats. This is for a previous generation, but we could go a defensive pivot though. Morning Sun, Will-O-Wisp, Flamethrower, Protect, Roar. Okay, we'll figure out one of those. Calm Nature or a Jolly Nature. 252 in attack, 252 in speed, 4 HP. Sounds like a plan. This guy is a physical attacker though. Or we could go defensive pivot. Let me pull up Arcanine real quick and see if it can actually learn that though. Because I don't want to end up leveling up the wrong one. No, you're not bothering me. It's fine. I like chatting with my viewers. So, one second here. I'm just trying to figure out what moveset we want to do for Arcanine. I would love to have a defensive Arcanine here. I just want to make sure that we can get the moves. Growl level Arcanine, okay. It's going to be a defensive habit. I know we can get Will-O-Wisp. Will-O-Wisp, Morning Sun. Morning Sun is an egg move. Okay. And by default, Soul Rock learns it, so does Cerubi. So we'll have to breed for that. And then once we get that, we need to get Will-O-Wisp, Flamethrower, and Toxic are all TMs that we can get, I believe. Yes, Will-O-Wisp. Oh, it's not? Okay. So we can't get our Toxic. We can get... I think we can get Protect. I'm sorry, guys. This is really boring. I know. Okay, we can do protect. Cool. And then we're gonna get Will-O-Wisp flamethrower. You can do flamethrower. All right, sounds good. So we'll do a defensive pivot on I can't. Well, I mean, chat with me if you want Discord, but I gotta stream right now. I'm not going to be able to join your Discord right now. You can chat. You can join mine if you like. So that'll be good. Let's go with that. So I'm going to make sure I transfer this Arcanine and the Soul Rock as starters. So we got BD transfers. I'm going to make a new tab here. We're going to call it breeding transfers. Cool. Alright, so we got that saved. I'm going to save the game, and I'm going to boot up our Sword and Shield, and I'll show you guys the process of breeding a perfect team. So, first thing we do is exit out of that, pull up our Pokemon home. And then we'll go ahead and transfer it to Sword and Shield, and then I'll pop up to Sword and Shield, and we'll go from there. We have so many random Pokemon. A lot of these have been rejects, and I've traded them with other people. And I just have this hodgepodge of different Pokemon on my Pokemon home. Okay. Let's go find that Pokemon. Okay, so once we do this, you have to go and to transfer it from Shining Pearl to our home, and then we have to transfer it from home to Sword and Shield. So now I have to go back into the Sword and Shield. and we will transfer it to the game. Just find an empty box somewhere where you know it's going to be. Doesn't really matter where, but I think I'm going to choose this one here. And then once we're done with that, we'll just exit out, and it'll give us a warning saying our moves are going to be different, which we know that. For this particular Arcanine setup, we're going to have Morning Sun, so it's going to be one egg move. A little bit of a pain to get, but not the end of the world. And now we can exit out of the game. And I really enjoy this process of getting a perfect team. I don't know if you guys do. Like, I think it's fun to breed up our Pokemon. I enjoy the process. So, let's hop into Sword and Shield. I haven't been there in a while. Update this here. Okay. And we are in the way over here in the Field of Honor. We need to head back to the Wild Zone. Man, it's been so long since I've been back here. It's got to be here, Bridgefield. Yeah, Pokemon Nursery. All right. So this looks really. That doesn't look great, does it? Them graphics. Man, that is super pixely. Holy crap. That looks awful. I didn't realize it looked that bad. Like it's so crisp on the screen, and then this looks really blown up. I don't remember why it's like this. Cause look at the graphics. Like the actual game. Well, I mean, I guess it's kind of pixely. But all right. It looks kind of pixely, doesn't it? It looks so much better in Brilliant Diamond. Interesting. Anyway, okay. Got our Ursaluna. Some really good pokes here. I'll go ahead and dump these in our competitive. We have like some really good IV Pokemon here that I spent a lot of time breeding for. But the first thing I want to do is go to our breeding Ditto. And we need a Pokemon with Flame Body. Or Flash Fire, maybe? There we go. I can say this is essentially a perfect Gengar. Right, we've got 5 of these with the Life Orb. Really good. Move that over to our competitive section. Anyway, so we have some 4 IV Dittos with various natures. I moved this over here because we have we're going to start with the Arcanine. That is a male Arcanine, that's just fine. And we have a Solrock. So that is, I guess, a genderless one. Let me look at our Egmas real quick. So Solrock is part of the which egg group is it in? Part of the mineral egg group. Okay. An Arcanine. Is part of the field egg group, so it can't breed. Espeon learns it by level up. Okay, so you actually have to go from Espeon. It's got to go from Espeon to Arcanine if you want to have a Arcanine with the move Morning Sun. Okay, good to know. Check this here. I don't know if I actually have an Espeon. And if we don't, we're going to have to grab it from the other game. I forgot about the field type. Hopefully I have Espeon, and I don't have to go to that manipulation. I just don't remember it being this pixely. I guess because it's blown up on a big monitor. There is Tyrant. We could immediately start breeding Tyranitar, which might be a good idea. Okay. I do not have it, unfortunately. So, we have you can see the pixelated little sprite there. And then look how crisp that is on the overworld. So it looks great on the overworld. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, guys. Um, Alright. We're back. So, I'm debating on what to do here. There is a way that you can get the egg move back in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Like, I forget exactly how the mechanics work because I did it before. And I've done it before where I was able to get the egg move. Not necessarily as a move reminder, but kind of. I'm just trying to remember how I did it. So, there is a way where if you go to Brilliant Diamonds with the Pokemon that you want, you can get the egg move back without having to, like, rebreed it. But I think what we're going to want to do is exit out here. So I'm going to save the game. 172 hours in this game, that's crazy. And I'm going to go to Pokemon Home here. I think it's just going to be the best way to do it. We'll go ahead and grab our Eevee or our Espeon from Shining Pearl and take it over to Brilliant Diamond or Sword and Shield. And we'll get our Flash Fire or our Morning Sun, and then we'll just breed it as an egg move. Because that is really the one move we need. We don't really need any other moves. Just Morning Sun is what we. And the reason why Morning Sun is important is because that is a way of restoring HP. Spotless Top Gab. Please don't spam my chat. Thank you. Okay, so learns it at level 30. I should have double checked that first, but I didn't do it, and now I'm like kind of kicking myself because I needed to drag it over. But we need Espeon, not Solrock. I don't know. I grabbed Solrock thinking, oh yeah, it's got the move we need, but it doesn't. When you breed Pokemon for egg moves, it needs to have the egg move you need. The other Pokemon needs to have the egg move, but it also needs to have the same egg group. And Espeon has the same egg group, but Solrock obviously does not. So hence we cannot breed Solrock with Arcanine to get the egg move. We have to do it this way. So let's head over to our list here. I believe it was, yeah, over here in 17. This Espeon is only level 23, so that presents another problem. We're going to have to go ahead and level up Espeon a little bit. Best way to do that is to go over to our box number 40. We have some very high level Pokemon here that are kind of just made for doing nothing but training other Pokemon. You can see this has max attack and speed. I think this is our false swiper, if I'm not mistaken. It is. I do have our Eternus, which I think I'm going to use. Let's see if it can't give it a lucky egg. Maybe we have some way of boosting its levels just a little bit here. It's probably going to be easier than trying to train it up. So let's just give it some medium candies. There we go. We want Morning Sun. Alright, so now what we're going to do is check our stats. So that is a female Espeon. We actually need it to be a male Espeon. Which means that we're going to have to if we breed our Arcanine with the Espeon, we're going to get a Ditto, or we're going to get an Eevee. This is a male Arcanine with a female Espeon. The female determines the species, the male determines the egg move. So, which means that in order to do this right, we're going to actually have to get a male Eevee, turn it into Espeon, then make sure that it has Morning Sun, then breed it with a female Arcanine, or the pre-evolution, so it has the egg move. So it's going to take a little bit of time. I think we might be able to cheat the process out a little bit somewhat by breeding with Ditto, though. Because I don't know if we actually have to go all the way up to Espeon. Let me just test and see. Actually, yeah, let's go here. We'll go over our... Sorry, it's been a little bit since I've done this, but I promise you I do know a little bit about breeding. So we're going to take our Espeon and we're going to breed it with a Ditto. Now, it doesn't... I want to get the best Ditto that we can. I'm not really caring so much about the nature, but we'll just take this Ditto, I guess. This one has actually pretty good stats. It's good that we're starting with a relatively high base. I'm not going to worry about any individual stats right now, though. We could try to get give the Espeon the Destiny Knot, and then give the Ditto something like a speed band to make sure that it guarantees the transfer of its perfect speed set. That might be a good idea. Let's go over to our bands. Okay, that'd be good. Okay, and here's why we like to go with this version instead of Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. It's just so much easier to breed this way. Let's see. Hands are going to cross in just one moment, and that indicates that we are ready to collect the egg. Shouldn't take very long. We can just get so many more steps in with the little boost. Oh, this Rotom bike looks absolutely ridiculous. Looks like one of those like Walmart bikes you'd buy your kid when they're like 6 years old. The little sparkles coming off it. Okay. So there's our egg. And let's go ahead and grab a Pokemon with Flame Body. Right here, please. Thank you. And our egg. I'm going to kick you off. I don't think this thing has very good stats. No, it has terrible stats. The only reason I got it is because it's a Korean Ditto. And it's used for Masudo breeding. We might be doing that a little bit in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, but probably not right now. And I will continue to collect Exo because we may need to. Yeah, you could just. I like to go all the way up here, swing by, collect the wattage, and then run back down. See, every so many steps we're able to use our extra boost there. And we're looking for a male Eevee. But really, we're just kind of checking to see if the egg move will transfer over. I don't think it will, unfortunately. But maybe. You can see our inventory is starting to fill up with eggs. That is fine. Probably don't need any more because there's a good chance we already have a male. But we'll let it generate one more egg for us. We probably won't claim it until we actually hatch the ones we have in our party. I don't think we'll need to claim any more for now, but rest assured we will be hatching a lot of eggs in the future. So, didn't take too long. It does seem like it hatches a little bit faster in this game than Shining Pearl. But more importantly, we want to check and see about the egg moves. Okay, so we have the male one, first try. And let's check its summary. It does not have the move we're looking for. So we wanted to get Morning Sun. And unfortunately, we don't have it. So that means that we're going to have to turn the Ditto or the Eevee into an Espeon. So it's going to take a little bit of time. We don't have a male Eevee. Unless there is another Pokemon from the egg group that we could use. So, and there is not. Beautifly is not in the field group, at least not to my understanding. Yeah, Beautify is in the bug egg group, which makes sense. Let's take a look at Cherubi. I also think it's not. And it is in the fairy and grass. So the only, in this case for Arcanine, the only egg group we have is Espeon. Solrock doesn't count, neither does Ruby, Churm, or Beautifly. So we have to use this egg group, which means we have to get a male Espeon, which means we're going to have to evolve the current Espeon we have, or current Eevee we have into Espeon. That's going to take a little bit of time. So that is what we'll be doing next. I'm going to go ahead and I guess I can keep these here, it doesn't really matter. Let me check. I have Espeon here. Unless there is a way to catch it. I'm checking real quick to see. What is faster? Is it faster to catch it, or is it faster to breed it?
City of Hammerlock behind you. Make
Okay, so it looks like there's actually a way to catch one. That might be easier than trying to breed it.
Espeon in Pokemon's Shield. Go ahead and start off by flying to Hammerlock Hills. You're going to need the weather in the Lake of Outrage to be overcast. So to do that, go ahead and go to your Switch system settings. We're going to go down to August 15th, 2020. And once you do that,
Okay, so yeah, we're gonna have to do a little bit of manipulation here with the weather. And I know from experience that it does not matter what the year is. We just have to make sure the date and time is going to be August 15th. So let's go ahead and set it to 2020. And it should be snowing.
Go back to Sword and Shield and fly again to the Hammerlock Hills.
May I have to fly there again?
The city of Hammerlock behind you, make a right. It's a little foggy, so it might be hard to see, but you're going to make your way downhill towards the Lake of Outrage, if you know where that is. If not, you're following this giant boulder that's going to be down here, and again, eventually you're just going to go right past it. You'll find a lake in the background, and that's the Lake of Outrage. Again, it's super hard to see, and I really apologize for that. Can't do anything about the weather in the game, so once you cross the Lake of Outrage, you can find this small little landing strip over here, and you'll be able to find your Espeon standing next to the stone pillars. If you're trying to catch all of the evolutions in one day, you won't.
Okay. Yeah, that's what that. So we just need to get Espeon. This is the best way to do it, I think. We're gonna try for a Espeon this way. I didn't realize you could just reset until you get what you need. That is perfect. Because that's gonna save us so much time. And looks like Espeon should be chilling out here. There it is. Perfect. Okay. So I wonder if we can save it here. Oh. Level 60. Have 33 Master Balls somehow. Repeat balls? Will this work? It's not even the one we want anyway. What we need is a male Espeon. And it will be the right level, but we do need male, and we also want to get a Pokemon that can actually catch it. I forgot to do that. I'm kind of wondering if this is a static drop, though. Like, it's not going to change if we reset the game. That's kind of what I'm worried about. But let's go ahead and pull out a Pokemon that can actually catch it, or go to our dedicated catcher. Which is Haxorus. Move you here. And we'll move you guys over to our box list for now. As a female one. So I'm kind of worried that it's actually static. But we'll try one more time here. Makes me think it probably is, unfortunately, a static encounter. Like, it's already been determined whether it's going to be male or female, and us resetting does not change that fact at all. But I'll be willing to try a couple more times here to try and confirm that. I'm not sure if it's rolled when you actually enter the fight. Oh, it's female.
Won't be able to do that. You can only catch one evolution per day because they occupy the same spawn point. So that's how you catch Espeon and Pokemon Sword and Shield. I hope you.
No, it's female again. Okay, so I believe it is static. And then we've already rolled to see if it was male or female. I wonder if we can leave and come back. Like, if we just run away here and we come back, can we change it? So it's not there anymore, right? But if we just run away and come back, will it spawn again? Because it should just be chilling outside around the pillars. If we leave this area? Okay, I wonder if we have to leave, like, all the way till we get a new text appearing. There we go, so we seem to have left the area. Let's go back. Not appearing right now. What if we tried flying back? It's not there. Okay. So the last thing I'm gonna check is resetting here, because we reset right in front of the Espeon. So what if we leave without entering the fight? If we go back to the landing area and then we come back into the fight, I wonder if that's gonna reset the spawn. Just trying anything and everything here to avoid having to get max friendship on Espeon. I mean, we can do it. It's just gonna take some time. Okay, so there's the Espeon. We haven't saved it. Thankfully, we don't have autosave. So if we leave, let me go back. There it is again. Okay, so this might be a different one. It just kind of appeared out of nowhere. There's the male one, so that worked very nicely. Now let's see if we can't get it down to 1 HP. Perfect. I'm just gonna use a regular Pokeball. Not gonna do it. I don't know why I'm being picky about the Pokeball, but would like to have a regular one if I can. Okay, perfect. So that is step 1 done. Get the EV, get the Pokemon that has the egg move. It has to be a male Espeon. So step 2, now that we have it, we're gonna go to a Poke Center. So might as well go to Hammerlock. And we're gonna run over to this dude who's just chilling out. Hey bartender, I need to remember a move, thank you. We need to remember Morning Sun. Last Resort, pretty bad with Espeon. So we have the egg move. Now let's go back to the daycare center. We have yet another egg. We're going to stop the egg production here. We'll take back our Espeon. And our Ditto. And let's take a quick look at what we have to work with. So we have a male Arcanine. We have a male Ditto or male Espeon. That's not going to work. So in order to get a female Arcanine, we actually have to breed with Ditto yet again. And we're going to put this here. So we have our male Ditto, or male Espeon, which has actually really good special defense for some strange reason. Otherwise, kind of middling stats, nothing special. We have our amazing Ditto with 4 IVs. So just to kind of speed up the process a little bit, I'm going to make sure we'll use a Destiny Knot because we want as many of those good IV stats going from our Ditto to the offspring. So we're going to give it a Destiny Knot, but we're not going to give Ditto Destiny Knot because we want to give it, we want the perfect speed stat going over to the offspring. So we'll go ahead and give the Espeon Destiny Knot. So let's do that. If we can find it. I should probably favorite this. I don't know why I didn't. Yeah, we gotta do better job clearing up our inventory. We have so many items to scroll through here. Okay. Oof. So I'm being silly. It's not the Espeon that needs Destiny. It's actually the Arcanine. So we have the Ditto giving with Power Anklet, and we have the Arcanine with Destiny. Those are the two we need to breed. Our goal, of course, is to get a female Arcanine. 1.8 million. Wow. Alright. Let's do some running around. We gotta get an egg. I believe that the Growlithe can actually breed, as far as I understand. So we shouldn't have a problem with that. Like, if we had to level or evolve the Pokemon into Arcanine every time we wanted to breed it to get the second generation, third generation, so on, that would be a nightmare. I don't believe that's the case here. So I believe once we get a Growlithe, we can breed it immediately. Thank you. And we're going to do a little bit of management here, make sure that the flame body is in front. And we can actually put away Hexorus. We're not going to need it any longer. At least not right now. And I would recommend you always put your Pokemon where you know you can find them. It's very easy for your boxes to become a mess because the default sorting system generally puts the Pokemon in the first available slot. But it really does help if you organize your boxes. Otherwise, you're going to be spending forever sorting through them. So we're trying to hatch one egg, and we're also trying to get a couple more eggs because we may not get the female Growlithe the first time around. And thankfully, we only have to get one. There's only one egg move we actually need. So that is good news. So hopefully we'll only have to catch. Yeah, I'm hoping. Hopefully 2 eggs is the magic number. Maybe even one. And that is a female. Perfect. So we're going to have a female Growlithe, and if you look at the summary, it should have a Morning Sun. And it does not for some strange... Oh, right, because we haven't bred it yet, but we do have female Growlithe. That's the important part, so... Yeah. Let's go back and collect our Pokemon. Okay, so now we have our female Growlithe, which is going to be our egg move receiver, and we have the male Espeon. So we'll go ahead and combine these two. no good on the speed or on the special defense. Best on the speed. So you can see the power anklet transferred over the speed to this, which is good. Unfortunately, the other stats didn't transfer. It ends up getting decent. Well, it ended up getting no good special defense. I think that's just a random roll, and then decent on the other one. So kind of sad that that didn't all work out, but that's what happens sometimes. We're not really too concerned with the IVs quite yet, though. So we'll take our Growlithe, and we're going to breed it with the Espeon, and we should get a. The result is going to be the offspring is going to have a have the egg move. So I don't think we actually have to breed with any special items. So let's just grab our Growlithe, and we'll grab our Espeon. Remember, the female determines the species. The male will determine the egg moves, or generally the moveset. It looks so happy. Okay. Was that a better one? Yeah, it's a lot better. But it's a male one, not a female one. Too bad. So let's run around a little bit. As soon as the daycare lady crosses her arms, we know we are good to collect. And there we go. So if you're curious as to how how it works, basically the Pokemon need to be in the same field group. So I think we can take this back now. I want to test something. Make sure that we have our, okay, good. So this is in front of our party, and this is the egg we're trying to hatch. And we don't really care if it's male or female, because I believe no matter what moveset it's going to have, it's going to pass that on to the offspring. Ditto will essentially always act as the female in the sense of the movesets. So whatever moveset this offspring had should pass it on to the offspring once we breed it with the Ditto. So now we just have to hatch this egg. And I don't really need to get any more until we start breeding it with Dittos. So there are two things I'm trying to test. I'm going to make sure that the moves are transferring, and also to make sure that we can breed with the first stage of, well, we can breed with Growlithe as opposed to Arcanine. I believe we can, because that would be a nightmare if you couldn't, but I want to just confirm that. And generally when you're doing this, you're going to get a lot more eggs than you are going to be able to hatch them, so you'll end up with a full inventory very quickly. But I do feel like the eggs hatch very quickly in this game still, especially if you compare it to Brilliant Diamond. Just it takes so much longer to hatch eggs. So this may seem like a long time, but this is actually not very long at all. We don't really want to be hatching or evolving a lot of these because it's going to take Firestones in order to do that. So let's go take a look at our newest generation. We have a male. Okay, perfect. And it should have the move that we need. So we do. So we have Morning Sun. This is the egg move, and we have a new male. It's under a quick ball for some reason. Because I think because the yeah, because the Arcanine kind of grew up quick ball. Alright, whatever. It's no big deal. So that is good. Now we're gonna take our male Growlithe and we're gonna breed it with a Ditto. So keep in mind, this is what we started with. This is the very first Pokemon, the first generation. And then we're going to see, I'll show you guys what we end up with. So right now we have this. If you look at the female here, it does not have the move. So now we have the egg move. We've gone from no egg move to egg move. And that was a very important step. So we're going to get rid of this. And we're going to take our Ditto. And we're going to breed it with the Growlithe. So I'm going to give Ditto our... Actually, I can keep the Power Anklet, that's fine. And the Growlithe's going to have our Destiny Notes. You can see the Ditto that we're breeding with is a 4 IV Ditto. With the only stats it has bad stats in is attack and special defense. I believe that the final product is not going to care about attack, or it's not going to care about special attack. So that boosted special attack is actually kind of useless. We have boosted special defense, which is good. These are all 4 IV Dittos, I believe. It boosted speed and lowered attack. That's actually really good. Nature's won't carry over though. Okay, well, we'll go with this round. It's fine. You'll see why in a second. So, gonna drop these off. They're all 4 IVs, so it's kind of like we want 6 IV, right? Okay, so we'll go ahead and just start running around. I don't really need S-Man in our party either. But you were very useful. Thank you. Okay, and from this point on, we're gonna go through the process of getting IVs, and then we're gonna worry about the nature in a second. Nature is important though, and the nature we're gonna want on this Pokemon is a defensive nature. So we want it to have Intimidate as an ability, and for the natures, we want it to have a calm nature. So we no egg yet. Give me 1 second. I want to double check the natures in this game. Okay, Intimidate, Flashfire, and Justified. Justified is a pretty weird nature, and thankfully it's a hidden one. So the Arcane abilities, the one we want is going to be Intimidate. And that is pretty easy to get. It's a 50% chance of getting that as opposed to Flashfire. So it shouldn't be that hard to get abilities to transfer over. Or just to, I should say, to roll for the ability. So we're going to get a 50-50 on that. Alright, so that's our first egg. We will keep collecting eggs because we're not sure if, one of the eggs might be really good. So I'd like to get a couple hatched here, and we'll see what we have to work with. There's another egg. Now, as far as your breed checks go, I would recommend keeping them. So obviously you're gonna end up with a lot more Pokemon than you're gonna ever use because we really only want one final product here. I would not if you can release all of the Pokemon you don't need, but I would recommend you keep them in your Pokemon home because you get points for having them there. So you can also take the Breezex and just trade them with other players via the Wonder Box. So if you have access to the Pokemon Home and you're paying the $3 a month subscription for it, highly recommends just transferring into Pokemon Home. You can hold up to like 10,000 Pokemon or something crazy like that, so you'll probably never hit your limit. Then if you do, then you can release your Pokemon. So let's take a look at this one. And we have a Growlithe. Alright, that is a really, really good start to Growlithe. Wow, 4 IV Growlithe. Doesn't have the right ability, doesn't have the right nature, but let's take a look at the summary. We've got our moveset. We've got our egg move. And we have 4 IVs. That's a fantastic Growlithe to start with. I don't know if it's one we're going to go with. We're going to hatch a couple more, but that is really, really good to start. Actually, you know what? We might as well swap out this with the other one we have currently breeding with Ditto. Might as well start getting some better eggs. It didn't actually mean to take the Ditto back, but it's okay. So you can see we have the one we had initially was a 1 IV. So we jumped from 1 IV Growlithe to a 4 IV Growlithe. And this one has perfect speed, perfect special defense, perfect special attack, perfect defense, and decent HP. We would like to have this one has perfect HP and perfect defense. So I'd like to actually get the defense to transfer over, the HP to transfer over. So we'll keep the Ditto here, I think, and we'll keep the Growlithe here. Okay. So this thing has Power Ankle. We don't actually need to have Power Ankle anymore. But we wanted to get the HP to transfer over now. So let's go and find that. And I should have it somewhere. That's a favorite. There we go. And our new Growlithe is going to get the Destiny Knot. So, goodbye to you, and hello to you. We don't actually want the ability Flash Fire. I consider this actually a decent ability, but Intimidate is probably a little bit better for a defensive tank. So, I'll go ahead and put these back into the Daycare Center. And if these hatch and they end up being better, we can go with those. But for now, we have the second generation of Pokemon already breeding up. eventually we're gonna have like 2-5 IV Growlithe breeding with each other. We're gonna kick Ditto out. Ideally, we'd have a 6 IV Ditto, but we just don't. You can get one, and maybe I'll work on it one day, but it's very difficult to get a 6 IV Ditto. That would be really helpful though, and that would massively increase your time or decrease your time doing this process. Okay, so this one's probably not going to be better, and it's not. You can see that is a 3 IV. Decent nature though. I like the nature, but the IVs are bad, so okay, put that away. I'll update my stream really quick. Okay, there we go. Man, there is a massive disparity between the amount of viewers on Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Sword and Shield. Like, huge. I went from like 23 viewers to 778 total, of course, of watching the genre. That is crazy. So no one watches Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, but everybody watches, or a lot more people watch Pokemon Sword and Shield. And that is a 2 IV, so again, not really better. And we haven't seen the Intimidate ability better yet, which makes me wonder if it is in this game. If you ask me, I do feel like this is the best version if you want to breed Pokemon. Violet and Scarlet, just in my opinion, don't do breeding very well. However, that is kind of sort of made like redundant. Not really if you want to get perfect IVs, but it's just easier to build your perfect Pokemon later on because of how easy it is. You can change the IVs later on. You can also get mints earlier on in the game without having to spend battle points on them. So not breeding is not that important. All right, so there is a 5 IV Growlithe already with Flash Fire. Does not have that. Doesn't have the right ability, but it does have 5 IVs, which is fantastic. We're gonna swap it out. Okay, so Flash Fire. You can see 4 IVs and now 5 IVs. Still not the right ability, and we're not having the right nature, but the IVs are getting better, which is very good to see. So we're gonna take this one and breed it. I think with Ditto still. A very good attack stat versus a decent attack stat. And I think we're gonna swap this Ditto out with a different one. So we're gonna move you. And let's grab our other Ditto here that has a good attack stat, perfect attack stat. Okay. And we could breed it with this too. But the problem is we need the attack to be better, so we'll get Ditto for now. I was thinking about this, but you see the attack here isn't perfect, so we could theoretically get a 6 IV Pokemon if we got really lucky with just these two. So I think we're going to try for that. This one needs Destiny Knot. And this one wants to have a Power Band. Or I should say a Power Bracer. And we look forward to the next generation. So we'll hatch the egg we have in our inventory, but we're looking forward to any future eggs we're going to hatch from those two. Inching towards our final product, which is hopefully a 6 IV Arcanine. However, one thing I'm not seeing is the Intimidate. I'm only seeing Flash Fire, so it makes me think that it might only be able to get Flash Fire in this game. Maybe I'm just not getting very good luck, but we've yet to get a single one with Intimidate. And that is yet another Flash Fire, so. Got a 4 IV male. So we'll keep going. And if you breed the two together, so breeding with Ditto is fine. But if you breed Pokemon of the same species together, you get more eggs. So if you don't want to wait around for eggs, it is better to breed two Pokemon of the same species. So once you get like 5 IV Pokemon you're breeding of the same species, then or swap out the Dittos for the same species, I should say. And it'll help you get eggs faster. And this boost I'm doing is awesome. It is why this version is so much better than Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl when it comes to breeding. I would say really the whole process of doing it is better. The items you're using, the ease of which you can get those items, the whole daycare system is set up. You can easily access it. You don't have to go inside and talk to someone else. The whole idea of like talking to the old man with the eggs, and then going inside and doing some like navigation with with the daycare lady on Brilliant Diamond is just awful. So this is way better. Let's take a look at this one. All right, so we have a 4 IV. Actually, I'm sorry, 3 IV. So we've gotten worse. But that's just the luck of the draw. You're guaranteed 4, and 4 of those IVs did transfer, but not the IVs we wanted. So, or 5 of those IVs. I'm sorry. With Destiny Knight, you're guaranteed 5. 5 IVs will transfer between the two parents. So you're hoping that you get the best IVs collectively. But the 6th IV will always be random. You cannot guarantee that. You can guarantee one of them will be transferred with the bands, though. So between the Destiny Knight and the bands, you can kind of work to get that perfect IV setup, or as close to perfect as possible. But that 6 one will always be up to randomness. So obviously you've got 1 in 31 chance of getting a perfect one, perfect IV. And then you have to worry about natures and abilities. So you can see, oh, this one has Intimidate. All right, so we can get Intimidate. That is good to know. But only this one has it. All right, whatever. We've only got 1 Intimidate ability so far. I wonder if that... Those are some really, really bad odds. I wonder if it's not 50-50 then. That kind of makes me think it isn't. But it is nice to know that we can actually get Intimidate. And we have a 5 IV Growlithe here. Male. That is very, very good. In fact, that would almost be perfect. The nature is quite good. Um, that is really, really good. This is an impish nature. It's not a calm nature, but that is a really solid nature for a defensive type. I'm not sure if it's quite what we want, but we'll definitely keep this one for consideration. I'm going to move these out of the way for now. Over here. And we're going to have this one for a contender. But I think we're going to hatch a couple more. There we go. Ideally, you don't want to take too many more steps when you have an egg waiting for you. If you can get it to where you just take like 1 step and then the egg is ready, that's ideal. You will generally have to run all the way over though. Like if you run over here to where this spawning pool is, and then run back, you can usually get an egg ready for you. That's kind of the marker I use. Another Growlithe. Let's take a look at this one. This is another male. That is a 3 IV. We're getting a lot of males. I wonder if this gender ratio is skewed a little bit. It might be. Male, male, female. Maybe not. We've got 2 females there. More males than females, but we have relatively low sample size. The jury is still out. That is not the one we want, though. Okay, and we have another 4 IV. Special attack up, special defense down. Again, not perfect. We're gonna chuck it over here. This is still our best one by far, but I think the two we have in the daycare are our best. So we'll keep those and just keep rolling. All right, 4 IV, and it has the Intimidate. So a female with 4 IVs, and it has the right ability, but the wrong nature. I wonder if this is worth starting to use this over the Ditto. Probably. I think it actually would be worth considering, so let me check that. So we have male one here and female one here. Between these two, we can definitely get a perfect one theoretically. So with a very good roll, obviously. Okay, so right here's our male, and then our female one has 4 perfect IVs. Between them, though, we can get all 6 because you have this has perfect attack. This has everything but perfect attack. So if we give this the power bracer, we can transfer this attack, and then hopefully with the Destiny Knot, we'll transfer all its other stats, and that would be 6 IVs. So I think we're going to give that a try, because this is our female, or this is effectively acting as the female with Ditto here. So we will box you for now. And we don't have to have a perfect special attack, I don't think. I'm trying to see what we want to use here, because we're going with the defensive nature. Our only attacking move is going to be Flamethrower, so that's actually a special attack, not physical attack. So we really don't care about attack at all, to be honest with you. So this is actually a perfect Growlithe minus the nature and the ability. This is missing defense and special defense. But I guess we can keep trying for 6 IV here. Because we'll eventually get what we need. Once we get the natures, we can start using Everstones to guarantee that nature. What we really want, though, is the calm nature. We haven't seen a calm nature yet. Okay. This is actually a really good nature, too. Modest nature. That's pretty solid. We want the mono. We have modest nature with intimidate. We're only missing. Well, we're missing 2 stats, but modest nature would be great for a sweeper. Oh, keep going. And remember, we're having 3 Pokemon for our team in Battle Tower. So this is our first one. Arcanine's going to be our first one. Second one's going to be Tyranitar. Third one is going to be our Gyarados. But I thought I'd start with Arcanine because I really did want a defensive pivot just for our Battle Tower team. And I probably will start, like, once I get it right, trained up and everything. I'll switch it over to Shiny Pearl immediately and then start experimenting with it with the current team I have now and just see how that works. Okay. So, 5 IV male. Another very. We need what we need is a 5 IV female. We've got plenty of 5 IV males now. This is another really strong Pokemon here. I'm gonna move these 5 IVs. I guess I'll keep the 5 IVs and get rid of the 4 IVs. Just put these over here for now. Still not really one I'm gonna swap out, but a very good contender nonetheless. It's probably gonna take a few more breeds to get the one we're happy with, but good start. Another 5 IV male. All right, and this one is Intimidate. Okay, that might be the one we want then. That's a really good set. That's actually the Calm Nature too. Okay, so we found our Pokemon. We want this one for sure. This is lowering our attack, increasing our special defense. Is that? Can we just like? Are we good for this one? Full merit. I mean, this is honestly, this is like I would keep this, right? This is literally perfect, except for its defense, which is only decent. I mean, but this is you could hyper train that if you wanted to, or you could just live with it. I mean, this is like literally perfect for our set. It's got the calm nature, it's got the right ability. If you look at its moveset, it's got the egg move we want, the Morning Sun, which will transfer over. So this is actually perfect. The only thing it's missing is its defense stat, which could be better. So we'll definitely be taking this though, and we're gonna give it an Everstone. If we can find it. Okay. All right. So this has the Everstone, and this is the one we want. It's got the right ability and it's got the right nature. And then the female we're gonna breed it with has 4 IVs. So we've got 5 IVs here, 4 IVs here. I wish there was a way to quickly get to the top. That would be awesome. But as far as I know, there's not. Destiny not here, and you're giving the nature there. Okay, perfect. Oh, whoops. No, no. We can't be fighting these. That was an epic misclick, or we pivoted. Let's use our battle items. We need a Pokédoll. It's always nice to have those as a backup, just in case you end up walking into something like that. And that is a 4 IV male. So that is going to be going there. But we're getting closer. We have made some important progress here. And these next eggs we're going to be collecting are going to be really important because we have the nature locked in. We're just looking for those final IVs and abilities. So we are getting very close to getting our perfect Pokemon. And it didn't take that long, actually. Only a couple generations. We will live with a 5 IV Pokemon. Like, for example, if we have 5 IV and the attack stat is bad, that's okay. Because we're never going to use attack. So 5 IV with the right nature and ability is perfectly fine. That is much more likely to happen than 6 IVs. Let's take a look at this one. And we have a female. It's good to see. We have a 3 IV. Okay, so yeah, we have the right. This is the last one I think that didn't have the right. So yeah, we have the right ability, but we don't have the right nature. But these next eggs should have the right nature. Hopefully the right ability. You can't really control the ability as much. I believe the female has like a 60% chance of passing on the ability, but it's not guaranteed. Unlike the nature, which you can pass on. Okay, so this is our first of the most recent generation. Getting those abilities locked in, or getting the nature locked in, I should say, with the Everstone. That is very important that we do not deviate from that. So let's hope this is what we want. Or at least maybe a female with better IVs. Like 5 instead of 4 would be ideal. That's not. It's a male, and it has 4 IVs. Okay, but you can see the Intimidate is there, and the Nature is there. So that is really good. Still not what we want, but on the right track. Also, I just realized that your Rotom bike makes this little sound effect when it's ready for the boost. I don't know why it took me that long to realize that. I've been just spamming A periodically, or B, to get that boost, but if you listen for it, right there. You hear that? And there is actually a little visual cue as well. You'll see some static on your bike. Right there. Okay. Yeah, once you see that static, you're good to press B. With the fully upgraded bike, it actually kind of happens every like 2 or 3 seconds. So it's pretty common. I think out of all the shiny hunting I've done, I've never caught, or all the patching I've done, I've never actually gotten a shiny. Because I'm still looking at like almost full odd shiny with the hatching. Okay. Well, that is another good mail. Check that out. We got the right ability. We've got the right. This one even I think even has better IVs. So we've got this one has the right ability and the right nature. Only missing defense. But defense is actually like middling now. It's not even bad. So I'd be very tempted just to take this one. But we'll keep at it. Well, what we really want is a female that has the stats. And it looks like these Growlithe actually have a slight skew towards male. I could check the Wikipedia page here, or the little page. I'm gonna actually do that real quick. Yeah, it does. That's what I thought. 75% male, 25% female. So that's why we're not seeing as many females. I thought that was the case. It just seemed like it in the testing, but that confirms it. It's yeah, which is kind of unfortunate from a breeding standpoint. But what do you do? So it's not terrible. I mean, it's like 90. It's not like 90-10, right, or something, or like 90-10. But 75% 25 is a very unfortunate distribution. It means we're gonna have less. It's gonna take longer to get a good female to breed with. But what do you do? That's part of the game. Game Freak, in their infinite wisdom, decided that for some reason Growlithe needed to have a male skew. Don't ask me why. It does make it easier to pass on the egg moves. That's about it. And that is a male with 4 IVs. At this point, it is well below par. So we'll be putting that one in the Breejex. Get in the Breejack box. Get out of here with those 4 IVs. That was so yesterday. We're on to 5 and 6 IVs now. Which, to be honest, I mean, 4 IVs, like, compared to, like, a wild Pokemon is, like, amazing, right? The chance of catching a 4 IV Pokemon in the wild, super rare. But breeding it, it's like, you kind of scoff at 4 IVs. All right, that is another 4 IV male. But we're getting there. I believe. Just give it a few more tries. I have a feeling we may end up being on this generation for a while, but you never know. Give me 1 second. There we go. I counted 4 seconds after the boost wears off before you get another boost. Okay, another male. This one with 3 IVs, so did not get the good luck there. Got all the bad ones and rolled low. Quite unfortunate. Let's look at all those male Growlithe. Occasional female one has less than ideal IVs. All right, let's count it. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, right about 4 seconds after the boost wears off. Before you get another boost. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, another male one. This one with 4 IVs. Still not quite what we want. You may think that we're going through a lot of Pokemon. In my experience, that is not. We have just started. Like, I've had some Pokemon where it took me like a couple boxes just full of Pokemon, like 3 or 4 boxes to get the ones we want. So this is just we've actually made really good progress. If you want to start breeding, my advice would be to get the best Ditto you can possibly get to start with. You can see that is another 5 IV with decent defense. Ugh. This one doesn't have the right ability though. If you can start with like a 5 or 6 IV Ditto, it just makes the whole process so much easier. 4 IV Dittos are like the worst you want to start with. There is grinding Dittos in this game is not terrible. Basically, what you want to there's one spot, one of these spawns here, that you can get a Dynamax Ditto, and you have to basically there's a glitch you can kind of do where you chuck your Wishing Star there, and then reset real quick, and then just keep using the Wishing Star over and over again. But you're looking for like the purple, special Dynamax battles, which indicates a much stronger Ditto. As a male, 4 IVs. It's got the right ability. Still not what we want. But what we're really looking for is a female with decent IVs. That should help speed up the process a little bit. Especially a female with, like, 5 IV female with the Intimidate ability would be perfect. Okay, another male. This one has 4 IVs as well. Really feeling that gender skew. Not getting very many females. It does feel like that 75% chance is like almost 100% chance, but that's the way it goes sometimes. I'm not going to walk as far this time. I don't think I need to. Give me 1 second. Gotta do something off stream real quick. Shouldn't take very long. think because we have two Growlithe breeding together instead of a Growlithe and a Ditto, we don't have to walk as far to get an egg. So I'm going to be walking a little bit shorter distances just to max out the eggs in our inventory. A little more efficient this way. About as far as I need to walk, I think. And let's take a look at the new Pokemon. Still a male. That is as close to perfect as we can get without actually being perfect. I think if we strike out tonight and we don't do it, I might end up going with this one just because that is a fantastic defense. Everything else is perfect. That is the best one yet. Like, look at this. You went from decent to pretty good to fantastic. This is our starter, by the way. So from this to this, this to this, wrong ability, wrong nature, no IVs to 5 IV perfect nature, perfect ability. I mean, that's a massive increase already. We are 1 IV off. Um, so yeah, you can see what breeding does. It's we're so close to getting what we want here. And it should get even easier once we get a female. We're just keep hatching males. It's a 75% chance of getting a male, but it feels like a 90% chance. So we've only gotten a couple females. And they've all been kind of like low IVs. So hoping to get a better female. Once we do that, it should get a little bit easier, a little more consistent. Shouldn't get any more 3 IVs. But yeah, we're going to kind of just hang around the area here. Pick up more eggs. We're kind of hamstrung into carrying an Everstone though, because we have to make sure that ability passes along. If you don't give one an Everstone to lock in that ability, you will get all kinds of random abilities, and it gets really hard to, just you'll have like even if you get that 6 IV Pokemon, you may not get the ability you need. Okay, so here we have a 4 IV. You may wonder where that no good special defense is coming from, and that is coming from just the randomness, because you're getting the 5 IVs from the Everstone or from the Destiny Nut, and then that 6 IV is just random. And sometimes you'll get a terrible one like that. It's well, that's a 0 IV. And initially, I was thinking about the breeding system in this game. I'm like, why don't they just give numbers instead of adjectives? And then I thought about it some more, and I'm like, you know what? It doesn't actually matter that much, does it? Because think about it. No good is 0. Best is 31. So those are binary numbers. That is essentially a Boolean value. And that's all you really need to know. Like, fantastic is 30 and 29, I think. So it's like if you're not perfect, like you know what the 0 is and you know what the best is. And I guess that's really all you need to know, right? I suppose that's why. And the adjective just kind of give you an idea. It's like, okay, fantastic is almost best, and decent is almost worst, and so it kind of makes sense. I think it'd still be better if they just give numbers, but they kind of give numbers without actually giving numbers. That's like their system. Another male, of course. This one has 3 IVs, unfortunately, so we're going to say no to that one. But we're definitely carrying over the abilities, though, which is a good thing. Forgot to take a look at this. 4 IVs. We're almost making a full box. If you guys want one of these rejects, let me know in the comments. Or in the chat. I will be happy to give you one. I will give you a 5 IV Growlithe. How about that? If you want one, type in and send me a message in the chat. I will send you it. I'll even name it after you. How about that? I'll name the next one after you. Or whatever name you want. Yep. It's a 2 IV. Actually, a 3 IV one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So, 13 out of the last 14 Pokemon have been male. It doesn't feel like 75% to me. But what do I know? I'm no mathematician, but when I see 13 out of the last 14 Pokemon have been male, that does not feel like 75%. I get it, we don't have the... I suppose with the larger sample size, it should even out, but not great. That feels more like 90%, or 92%, something like that. No, they're male. This is a 4 IV. So we got 5 IV plus Fantastic on the 6th one. I mean, that's almost worth taking, right? I would take that, and you probably would never notice the difference. Probably never matter. If you really wanted that 6 IV, you could Hyper Train it. Another 4 IV, 3 IV this time. Ooh, there's a female one. Please be good. Please be good. Aw, that's not good at all. Not the right ability. 3 IVs. Oh, we got the first female in so long. What main name? Main name picks. All right. I'll do. If you guys tell me names, I will name them. Just toss a name out in chat. I will name it as we're hatching them. Feel free to chuck a name out. The next one I hatch, I'll name whatever silly name you can think of, as long as it fits in the space of I think about 16 characters. I'll name it. Another male. Another 4 IV. Okay, that is our first box officially filled up. On to box 19. Hopefully it doesn't take a bunch of boxes. But we're still, I would say, relatively early on in the process. I have completed it earlier than this, but I've also had to take way longer, so. Drop a nickname in the chat. I will name the next one after that. Feel free. Another male. That's a really good one. Not gonna lie. That's a contender for the best one so far. I think we've gotten this one here, which is obviously the best, but alright, so I'll show you the iterations here. We've gotten pretty good with 5 IVs, very good with 5 IVs, and fantastic with 5 IVs. We have not gotten best yet, but you can see theoretically how that would work, right? So all the good IVs transfer over. You're left with that sixth spot, which is random, and then it just gets rolled better and better. So that's kind of like the idea right there. I think we will. It doesn't matter. I was gonna say it's not a female one, so it really doesn't matter. We want the 6. If we want 5 IVs, we'll just take that. But I think we can do better, so we're holding out. And what I would like to kind of see is like what I would take rather is 5 IVs, but the 6th IV that's not perfect is in attack instead of defense. I would be happy with that. So far, we have not gotten that, but it could happen. Also, there is the ability to worry about too. That's not guaranteed. So occasionally we are getting flash fires instead of intimidate, which means we could theoretically get a 6 IV Pokemon, but have it have the wrong ability, and that would be also be really sad. Nature is guaranteed, fortunately, but the ability is not. And that is a female. That is a 4 IV female. I think that is not better than what we have. I will check and see though. I don't think it's better. I think that is the first 4 IV female I've gotten in a while, but I will check and see if that is better. So we have this one here, which has great stats. It's 4 IVs, double decent. And this one, which has also great, amazing stats. 4 IVs, decent and pretty good. So this is actually better. The one we have currently breeding is better than the one we just got. So these are our two. And I guess since we have them out, I might as well swap that out with this one here. Why not? Go to our Everstones. I thought I favored it, I guess didn't. Everstone, where are you? Lucky Egg, we have that. I'm going to favorite that. And Everstone should be favorited. For some reason it's not. I do only have like 9 of them, but it is favorited. It's just not sorted correctly. Okay, okay, let's give these back. It doesn't really matter at this point. Like, I'm just kind of doing it because it's fantastic over decent. I mean, you know, it is better, but since we're going for 6 IVs, it doesn't really matter, but we might as well. It looks better. It is technically better. Just a teensy bit. Make sure we still have the right Pokemon in front. Going for that 6 IV, man. Ideally, we just get a 5 IV female to breed with a 5 IV male, and it should help us out quite a bit. Take a look at this one. That is a 4 IV. Still not quite what we want. And again, I don't have to be moving quite as far because we can get eggs faster than that. So ideally have 5 eggs with this. Hatch a lot more that way. Take a look at our Pokemon here. It's a male. And 4 IV, no good. Or 3 IV, I should say. That's inheriting 2 of the bad IVs from the parents, as well as a 3rd random one. Don't want that. That did not take long at all. Can see I could be doing this a little more efficiently. Run over to these trees even. Come back. That's all we need. Okay. 4 IVs. Wrong nature. Or wrong ability, I should say. Right nature. And that is another 3 IVs. I'm gonna go over to these diggers. That's about as far as I want to go because we're hatching eggs and picking them up pretty quickly now. 4 IVs. Male. Right ability. Right nature. Again, if you have a name you would like for me to name, I can put it in the chat. I will name the next one. 4 IVs. I had a string of 5 IVs for a little bit. Unfortunately, the female is only 4 IVs. We're really looking for a 5 IV female for the next generation, I guess, if you will. Or just get super lucky and get a 6 IV or a 5 IV with the correct 6th IV being the attack. That would work too. And female, it looks good. That's only 3 IVs. Shame. It's rare to see a female, and I always get excited because I'm like, is that a 5 IV female? Did we get lucky? We did not. Oh, another female. Oh my gosh. It's not the ability we need, but it is a 5 IV female. Are the stars aligning here? What is this? It has flash fire. That's actually really unfortunate, but it's a 5 IV female. That's really good. Okay. We may end up taking it back for that. That's really, really good. I don't know. I think that we're going to have to see, because flash fire is going to mess with our breeding a little bit, I think. Hopefully not, but I think it might. We'll take it back and see. Okay, so we have the female here, and you can see it has 4 IVs. This one but it has Intimidate. This one has 5 IVs, but it has Flash Fire. So I'm curious to see how many more Flash Fires we're going to get. But I'm going to put this here for now. And is there a way to get to the top? Well, kind of. Okay, so I'm going to test this out. We've been getting mostly the nature we want with Intimidate. I'm curious if this means we're going to get mostly Flash Fire now because we have the female with Flash Fire. I'm hoping that is not the case, but I think the female influences the ability more than the male does. I don't think it's just entirely random. I think there's a 60% chance, but we will get better IVs. It's just a matter of, are we willing to, kind of roll for the nature? So 4 IV there. Let's take a look at this one. Right as I boost. Okay. Again, pretty much as good as it gets. We're just missing that final Ivy, but that is a fantastic. So we've gone decent to pretty good to very good to fantastic. That's kind of where we're standing right now. Are we willing to take a fantastic? Are we gonna? Do we want best, or are we willing to settle for a fantastic? I feel like most people would probably settle for a fantastic here, but do we want to grind out that final Ivy? Okay, let's take a look at the ability here. And there is a male with 4 of these. Has a right. We do have Intimidate on that. So it hasn't affected the ability yet. But it could be the old egg. I'm not sure if that's part of this generation. Okay, wrong ability and 4 IVs. I'm just debating on how many flash fires I'm going to see, because if I don't see too many, I'm willing to keep it with 5 IVs. But if I start seeing a lot of them, then I'm probably going to switch back. Because I feel like the ability is probably a little more important than getting... We can keep rolling for that IV, yeah. But with the abilities to be consistent. Okay. And very good. Very good, but not perfect. Would like to... When I finish this, I probably will switch off. I've been almost 4 hours at this. Well, not totally. We did the muse first, then we moved on to breeding, but you know what I mean. Alright, that is a 4 IV with the wrong ability. It's not what we want to see. Female on us this time. And only a 3 IV. Wow, so even with 2 parents at 5 IVs, we're still getting 3 IV Pokemon. This is so frustrating. I mean, it can happen. You can still, because what's going to happen is one parent, what's getting 1 IV as part of the Destiny Knot, you're getting 1 bad IV from the male, 1 bad IV from the female, and then that third IV is getting rolled, and it's being less than, obviously not best, so it's a bad IV on the random. So it is possible to get 3 bad IVs, albeit unlikely. It does happen. Super unlikely or unfortunate that is the female one, because we just don't get very many females with the gender ratio being 75% male. So we really want the females to be good IVs, but what do you do? Okay, what do we got? What do we got? Oh, that's too bad. I'm gonna have so many rejects, which is fine. It's all good. We'll parse them out on the wonder trading system. Unless some of you guys want one, I would be happy to give you, any of the viewers watching. Feel free to hit me up. I will give you a reject or two. You want a high IV Growlithe with a good ability, I would be happy to supply that for you. Also, again, feel free to toss the name into the chat. I will name the next Pokemon after whatever name you give me, as long as it fits in the game. Mm. 4 IV, wrong nature, or wrong ability. So I'm not, surprisingly enough, like, so we have the 5 IV female now with the 5 IV male, and we're not actually seeing, I mean, maybe it's just I haven't hatched enough, but it doesn't seem like we're seeing that many. I'm not seeing the IVs change all that much, but I am seeing more flash fires, which makes me think that it might have been better to switch back, but I don't know. People are saying that the IVs are the less important when it comes to breeding, like order of operations, if you will. I can understand why the IVs are probably the least important, just because you want to make sure you get the abilities and nature right first. Alright, there's a female. 4 IVs, but it does have the right ability. I'm kind of tempted to switch back. I don't think I will, but that is a tempting one. Let's put that as a contender, because the female ones are just so rare. And that's actually a pretty good female one too. We got decent, or pretty good, fantastic. So this is better side female. Although it's still 4 IVs. I mean, if we're going for 6, this one actually has better IVs technically, since, well, not really, because we need special defense and defense to be good. This one has better defense and special defense, so this is actually a better female, just objectively speaking. But what we really want is a 5 IV female with the correct ability. Right now I have a 5 IV female with the wrong ability. And it's kind of hurting us because we're getting more flash fires than we want to get more intimidates. There's another female, and that is another 4 IV female with the wrong ability. Like, eventually, the stars will align and we'll get what we want, but it is a bit of a grind here. I think it would be much less of a grind if I spent more time getting that perfect ditto, but we'll have to do that eventually too. Alright, another 4 IVer. Still not quite what we want. At this point, did we take the 5 IVer? Call it a day. I don't think so, because I think we're going to be grinding this out. Might as well, I mean, you know, it's fun to... We're putting in the time, we might as well shoot for 6, or at least shoot for 5 plus the 6th one being attack that we don't want. I don't think I'm willing to throw in the towel quite yet. We'll get it eventually. This is going to be the first of our bred Pokemon. And I will be making, like, I'm going to basically what I'm going to do is, like, make a pool of Pokemon that I want to breed. And then kind of have, like, mix and match the Pokemons to make good teams. And we'll do some experimentation at the Battle Tower to see what is the best team. I would like to try some different teams out, see which ones do well in the Battle Tower, how far we can get, so on and so forth. That'll be fun. Then we might take some of these teams to online battle against some other players too. Alright, a female here, and that is another 4 IV female. Okay. No, I meant to keep it. Oh, okay, that was a misclick. Oh, they don't. I wish they would give you like confirmation there or something. That was an epic misclick there. We actually wanted that. 2 IV? Again, 4 IVs? Wrong ability. Still not what we want. Four IV female. You guys are trolling me. Give me a 5 IV female with the right ability. That's what we want to see. Another 5 IV. Man. Another, like, perfect. Because this is, like, identical. Yeah. These are all. Another 5 IV. We're so close. Fantastic is one away. We're, like, it goes from fantastic to best. So we're, like, literally, like, 1 or 2 IVs away from being perfect. I mean, that's, like, you really can't ask for much more than that. I'm kind of getting suspicious, though. I'm going to check my IV coverage and make sure that we are actually good on the... Because we're getting a lot of these where the only one that's not perfect is defense, which makes me think I might just have it wrong and not have the coverage we need. So I'm going to double check that. Because if we're off, that could be explaining why we're not getting what we want. Suspiciously, it's just too much of a coincidence that it's always defense that's not the right one. There's no way. No way. Let's go check and see if our IV coverage is just off. Okay, so let's take a look here. We have this has basic defense. Oh, that explains it right there. I am a dum dum. Technically, we could still get perfect IVs, but it's much harder this way because that means that we have to get all of the 5 from the. Basically, the best have to be everything from there, and then we have to roll the 6-1. So that explains it. The coverage is off. You can see the fantastic is on the defense here for the male, and then the fantastic is on the defense here for the female. So there's actually no perfect IV for defense. So we're getting a lot of bad defense because we just can't get perfect IV in defense. That makes sense. So we gotta kind of take a step back here and find a female that has perfect everything else but not defense. Maybe a little difficult to do because given that there's not very many females, but we need a female with perfect defense. I'm glad I caught that. It just was like that was too sus. There's a male with perfect defense, or we could get a male that has perfect defense as well. It doesn't really matter. That might be easier to do. This is gonna be a lot easier to do to find the male one. So a 5 IV male with perfect defense. Do any of you guys have perfect defense? This guy does, but he has the wrong ability. Okay, so we've kind of put ourselves in a little bit of a hole here. And we're in a situation where we may have to go back to doing ditto because the female we don't have a female that has perfect coverage. We don't have the coverage for it. So I think what we're gonna have to do, unfortunately, is go back to doing ditto. After all that, I think we have to go back to doing dittos. Man, that is because we don't want to give up the nature. The nature is really important. I'm not willing to give that up. So I think it's going to be better if we go back to go back to a ditto here that has perfect defense. And this obviously is not the ditto we need. So this one would work. This one would not work. This one would work. This one works. Pretty much all of them work except for, well, we don't want these because it's 3 of you, but yeah. So this one is perfect except for defense. So this female, we're gonna take and move it over here. And we're gonna go back to ditto because we want to get that cross coverage. So I'm gonna go with. I don't really think it matters. I really don't think it matters at all. But we'll go with this one. You're gonna have the Everstone, and you're gonna have it's everything but defense, everything but attack and special attack. So we can cross over and get the right stars could align here, but the stars were never ever gonna align with their previous setup. So we were just being dumb. I'm glad I caught that. Otherwise, I'd be at this for several more hours. Okay. So there and then there, and we won't. I think I was just so obsessed with getting a 4 or 5 IV female that I forgot there wasn't the coverage we needed. So, um, yeah. There we go. This should solve our problem. And it's going to take a little bit longer because it is a Ditto with a Growlithe instead of a Growlithe with a Growlithe. Slows down your egg production a little bit, but not too much. I'd laugh if this is like the one we want. I don't think it is, but that'd be funny if it was. Nope, it's not. It's a good one, but it's not what we want. Alright, so first of the new and improved generation. Hopefully we get many more. So yeah, I had to cut down, go back to get the previous IV. Instead of went from 5 IV female to 4 IV Ditto, which acts as the female. It was a step down in IVs, but a step in the right direction for potentially better IVs in the future. So, a small step back for a hopefully larger step forward. These are still the eggs from the previous generation. We're just kind of cleaning up. Again, we could have gotten the 6 IVs still. It just wasn't going to be as likely. The stars could have aligned. We could have gotten what we wanted, but it just was a lot less likely than what we're going to do in the future. So I think this should save me a lot more time. It wasn't impossible to get a 6 IV Ditto, or 6 IV before, but now it's a lot more likely that we will. At least in theory. Or at least we'll run into a situation, I think, where we'll have a 5 IV female with the right nature and a right ability sooner than if we were to go with the other route. Pretty much that's what I'm trying to say. Like, we're gonna have the 5 IV female with the right nature and ability, as opposed to the current setup where we didn't. Okay, so yeah, you're seeing here, very good, decent, but still not perfect. Plus, it doesn't have the right ability, so chuck and chuck. If anyone wants it, hey, message me in the chat. I'll give it to you. You want a 5? We'll take a 5 IV Growlithe. I think most people would. That's quite strong. Come on, give me one more. Alright, so here you're seeing a little bit of a different setup where you're seeing best defense, which is what we want, and just lower special attack. So that is a step in the right direction. And this would actually be perfect. This is actually better than than what we had, because this here has best defense. It has only fantastic defense. This has best defense and lower special attacks. So this is probably, as a defensive pivot, this is a perfect one. We could take this right now and be happy with it. Obviously, we're going to go for 6, but that is better. Already we're getting better rolls. And I think we should be taking that and swapping it out with the female one. We're definitely going to get a lot more eggs out of it. Yeah. So we'll take that and breed it with this one, and we'll have coverage we need. Perfect. And they both have Intimidate, so we'll have much more higher chance. Sounds good. We'll go get our Pokemon back. That didn't take long at all. So we have current Ditto is this one here. And it has attack, fantastic defense. Current female. This is a new best male. Take this one here and breed it with this one. Okay. So we need you. And that. Okay. And then we want you here. Alright, so male is passing on the ability with the Everstone, and the female is having the Destiny Nuts. And between those two, there's a good chance we get that 6 IV finally. And that is actually the best. So we have a 5 IV female with a 5 IV male. They have the right abilities, and they have the right nature. So really can't go wrong with that. I think this generation should be the final one until they get a 6 IV, or seems about right. I don't know what these eggs are, but I'll go ahead and hatch these two. These are the remaining EVs. Might as well hatch these off. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. I do like EVs. EVs are adorable. Okay. All right, first of the new generation, and hopefully the final generation until we get our 6 IV or 4 IV female. This bike has a turning radius of a boat. You can see how much faster that is in terms of getting eggs if you breed the same species together instead of breeding with Ditto. So, if possible, even if you have a really good Ditto, try to find an equally good male and female Pokemon and breed them together. It's better than Ditto first in terms of getting eggs. You're able to get eggs faster than you're able to hatch them. But it's better. It's always good to sit on 5. And as soon as you hatch an egg, you can go pick up another one. Any nicknames? Any guys have any ideas? Don't see any so far. I don't watch my viewer count usually, so I usually just kind of go with it. Okay. I don't know if that's part of the new generation or not. It looks like it might be. That was a 4 IV female. But we're starting to get different IV coverage, which is good. It's a good thing. Okay. 3 IV poke. Four IV. And we're just waiting for that perfect one. The stars will align, or at least it should. It doesn't have to be with the current setup. The good thing about the current setup is it doesn't have to be perfect because a 5 IV with the worst in attack is fine. We'll take that. That's a perfect one essentially because we aren't using attack stat. So it only really needs to be 5 IV. So it's just a matter of time before we get that perfect 5 IV poke. And that is not it, but we're getting there. I don't need help necessarily. I mean, I know what to do, but just we're just breeding our first poke here. We have our team kind of decided here. Let's see what this one is. Ooh, okay, that's a 4 IV1. Wrong ability. But we're at this what's been several hours now. We almost got the perfect IV, and we also have our team. Well, a team's going to be Arcanine, Gyarados, and Tyranitar. That's the 3 we can take into the Battle Tower for singles. That's going to be for Brilliant Diamonds. And I just filled out the National Dex tonight, so that was very exciting. Oof, that's a really good one. That's a 5 IV right there. We could actually take that. Be happy with that. That's going to be our first team. I wanted to just pick some Pokemon I like. We've got Tanky, Arcanine, Tyranitar, and um, Gyarados. I had to breed for the egg move. Nice. Well, good luck with that. Should be if you have the competitive moves and stuff, you should be fine. Um, Battle Tower is hard though. Like it's harder than the Cynthia, I think. Okay, back to 5 IVs. Or at least getting 100 wins on Battle Tower. It's just annoying because like you can lose one battle and it resets your streak. You have to start back at the beginning. But getting that 100 win streak, you get the helps towards that 5-star training badge. If you have any names, I'll name some of these Growlithe after whatever names you put in chat. Another good one. We're getting there. That's good, yeah. Oh, I bet you can. Yeah. I mean, I play rough. It would counter play rough. You're right. But I mean, best is I would take best just because it's 6 IV, and if I ever wanted to go offensively with attack, I could. But you're right. If I'm not gonna go for attack, we don't want it. Oof, that's an awful one. Oh, that's true too. Yeah, that's true. Confusion stat, or would do less damage too. Oh, that's another really good one. Doesn't have the right ability, but it's good. Is it the confusion stat or confusion? This always roll your. It takes your attack stat, never your special attack stat, right? Getting these 3 IVs. Yeah, that's what I thought. Unless we, the reason I would want a best, obviously, it just looks good. But if I ever wanted to have it offensive, I wouldn't have to read another one. I could just kind of reset the IVs or the EVs. But having if we're not going to be doing that, in this case, we won't be. We'll take a no good attack stat. Let's take a look at this one. Is this the one? Oh, that's not the one. Okay. Come on. I'll name this one Hercules as well. I don't know if this is the right one, but this will be the first one I name. But I will name the perfect one Hercules as well. You can just like, because a lot of these I'm probably gonna end up trading off anyway. Oh, that's so good. It's not the one we need, but that's so good. There's a 5 here. We're just missing the speed stat. The speed's a really important stat, so that's a good one. So when I all the rejects, I'm probably gonna end up like putting in the wonder box or doing wonder trades. Because I want I'd have to get to level 100 first. So there's that, and then that's such a pain in the butt to do, and I guess that's really the main thing. And also, I just kind of want to have it, like, just say best. I want the perfect IV. It's probably not even faster necessarily to get it to level 100. I mean, I do have some candies, but I can only do that like one time, right? Then the next one I do would have to be. Ooh, that's almost perfect. We got everything but HP stat. I mean, the HP stat I don't want to scuff on because this is gonna be a defensive one. But that's so close to being perfect. Oof, that is so close to being perfect. I might actually use this one with my current breed. Might swap it out. Because that is really, really good. You can see how many we've done so far. We've gotten 2 full boxes now. Let's take this one. Okay, so I'm gonna swap this out. There's a current setup is here. We got female Growlithe, decent defense, with male Growlithe, decent special attack. But I would like to breed it with male Growlithe, fantastic HP. That sounds a little bit better. So we'll take its Everstone. Put this in front. I do, yeah. Fortunately, the other moves are the only move we had to breed for was the Morning Sun. This is a recovery move. The other ones we can just the other ones are mostly TMs, I think. Let's see. We have Will-O-Wisp is a TM, Flamethrower is a TM, and Protect is a TM. So yeah, we have the 3 TMs. We will train once we transfer it back to Brilliant Diamonds. And then we have our egg move. So pretty simple. This one didn't require a whole lot of finessing. And I'm going to go with a defensive setup. So we'll have 244 into HP, 280, 188 into defense, and then 76 into special defense. So we'll have to. I'll probably just EV train it here and Sword and Shield. It's gonna be a little bit faster, and then I'll transfer it back to Brilliant Diamond. Oh right, get our eggs. I won't. Well, I'm gonna keep it. I don't know if I'll use it. I probably won't end up using it, but I'm definitely gonna add it to my shiny collection. I was thinking about that. I'm like, I haven't got one yet, and it's pretty much full odds shiny hunt here, but I could theoretically get one. I probably won't use it. It would be really cool to use, but I'd probably end up having to like hyper train it. I just don't want to do that. So maybe, probably not. But I finished my National Dex today, and I ran out and bought a copy of Let's Go Eevee so I could get the Mew. Now, the only two that I'm technically missing on the National Dex are Cerebi and Deoxys. But since I can't get those, I'm going to have to find someone who has one. And then I'm going to have to do a trade, like a local trade or something. Maybe on Discord. Because I don't have any other way of getting it. I tried Pokemon Home. And you can't do it in Pokemon Home, so. That is true. 341 full odds, that's actually really good. I've definitely hatched a good number of Growlithe tonight. I'm sure there's probably someone who has a Deoxys that would be willing to at least show me so I can get it in my game. I just don't know who. Why are we getting 3 of these? So frustrating. $128 reset Spiritomb, that's really good. That's impressive. 47.90. Oh, that's not too bad. I mean, that's a little bit over odds, but it's not horrendous. Oof, got excited for a second. At least it's not like 8,000 or something crazy like that. Oh yeah, that's true. The briefcase simulator. I don't think. I mean, you guys are brave. I would never want to do that. I know. I don't think I can. I mean, I'm doing the shiny Garatina hunt. That's taking a while. I'm already at 1,000 resets on that. But briefcase simulator. That's a whole nother level of grinds. That's like the ultimate grinder there for Pokemon. Oh, 4 of you there. Nice. Yeah, shiny Starlight and you couldn't catch it. That's really sad. Okay, so I was playing the other day and I was grinding out a couple levels. I ran into a shiny Staravia, and before I could catch it, it used Final Gambit and killed itself. So right at like I hit it with false swipe, or I switched my other Pokemon so I could false swipe it down, and it just used it used Final Gambit and killed itself. I was so sad because that was like one of the few times I ever ran into a shiny just organically, and yeah, that was a couple days ago. Ooh, that's a almost perfect one there too. That's a really good one. I'm actually gonna add that over here. Oops. This thing scared me. Full odd pony, wow. I don't think I've ever seen that. I swear that Zangoose is just standing there to troll you. It's like it's you occasionally run into it while you're doing this. It's always there. Okay. Wait, what's your favorite Pokemon, Trooper? I think my favorite's still Gengar. I like Gengar too much. Two shiny Silicons. Did you catch him? And Empoleon? Like out of all the versions, or out of all the generations? That's a cool Pokemon. I think so. What I'm gonna do, one of my teams I'm gonna build for the Battle Tower is Generation 4 team. I'm just gonna build the starters for each team. Like have the Empoleon, Infernape, and whatever the grass starter is. I forgot his name already. And I'm gonna go to Generation 1 and have the 3 Generation 1 starters and see which team does better in the Battle Tower. You mean in the next generation? Mm, 4 IV. Timed that one pretty well. Okay. Yeah, so Legends, yeah. Okay. Do you know when it's coming out? That's gonna be. That sounds really hype. I play all the games, or I try to play all the Pokemon games, at least for the Switch. Oh man, we're back to perfect except for defense. That's so frustrating. Okay. I don't know. I don't think they've announced it yet. That's another thing I wanted to do in this game or on this channel is go through Legends Arceus and like 100% it. Man, that is so close to being perfect. Check that out. If only the HP was best, I would take this one right now. That is really good. All right, have a good one. I'm about to get off too, but have a good one. Okay, I think I'm gonna go till if I don't get it, I think I'm gonna go till 5 hours. So I got about 15 minutes left, and then I'm gonna get off because I've been at this for almost 5 hours live, mostly breeding these guys. I didn't think it would be that long. It's actually flown by, but it's now that I look at the time, it's almost been 5 hours. I think maybe 3.5 hours of actual breeding. Another almost perfect female one. I'll put that over here. Back to 5 IVs. I have so many 5 IVs at this point. I'm just tempted to take one and just roll with it. You can see once you get it down to like 2 5 IVs breeding with each other, getting that 6-1 is a grind. But really, like I said, we don't need 6. We only need 4, or we need 5 perfect IVs, not 6. So it really shouldn't be that bad. I mean, we're looking, obviously we would take 6, but we don't need 5, or we don't need 6. We just need 5 IVs, and the attack one needs to be the one that's not perfect. So I think it's only a matter of time before the stars align and we get the Pokemon we want. So far that does not happen, but I don't think it's going to take that much longer. This could be it right here. Another 5 of your. Okay, still nothing. Alright, Shina. We're getting so close, man. Any one of these could be what we're looking for. Alright, 8 more minutes left, and then I'm gonna have call it, I think, for tonight. It's a very long stream. I haven't had a 5-hour stream in a long time, maybe ever, so not a bad thing at all. It's just, well, yeah, it's been a while. I think I'm gonna have to call it. We're not done. If we don't get it, it's okay. We'll come back tomorrow, but, yeah. I do not really want to admit defeat. I mean, I want to get it, but we will come back. We don't have to do it right now. And I'm really just nitpicking at this point. I mean, we're so close to having it, and we have one that's like almost perfect. We could just easily take because it has the right abilities and everything. So I think I might just go with that one. It doesn't have to be like we're like literally one stat off perfect or two stats off perfect. So it shouldn't make any difference at all. This is a fortunately only a 3 IVR. Again, a 5 IVR right there. Getting a 6 IVR is tough for sure. I've done it before. Without a perfect Ditto, it is definitely harder. Okay. That is a 3 IVR. Looks like I got a couple more hatches, and that will be it for tonight. How much can we hatch in 3 minutes? Didn't mean to do that. I haven't misclicked there in a while. Another 3 IV here. Four IVs. Alright, we got a minute left. Can we do it? Oh, I'll hatch 2 more. We'll see what happens. Be our second to last one here. Very close. Very, very close. Again, essentially a 5 IV right there with the stat we want. I mean, that's so close. It's the wrong ability, though. And this will be the last one here. I'm going to keep picking up bags because I'm probably going to do this tomorrow. But let's see the last one. See what we get. Female and 4 IV. 5 IVs. Again, almost perfect. Like, I would be very happy with this one. This is almost perfect. I think what we're going to do is go with this one is pretty much perfect too. I thought I had one that was fantastic, except for, I mean, this one's essentially perfect. This is what we want right here. Well, do I want fantastic except for defense? What stat do we want to skimp on? I guess this one. Like, this is fine for Battle Tower. Fantastic HP or fantastic defense? What stat do I want least? I guess the HP is more useful, right? So I guess this is our best. We have this one here. Let me have this one here. Not sure which one's better. They're both really good. But I think that'll be a good place to call it. So I'm gonna head off here, I think. Thank you guys so much for watching. Anyone who did, And I will see you. I'll probably be on tomorrow. I guess it is actually Sunday for my time, but maybe I'll be on here late. I'll probably be on Sunday night, if not, probably Monday night at least, because I will be off work on Monday. So anyway, stay tuned for that. Thank you guys so much for watching. Have a good night or morning, wherever you are in the world. Bye for now.